Rebecca. Rebecca McNeil. The person there will always be
I'll report back.
yeah. I think it was just more of a personality thing.
Okay. Oh, funny. Okay.
It is quite easy. And not asking me. I had someone come in and help me with it to start. It was Tracy. Tracy was really quick. She was fast. She was like, and you did it that way so that you don't have your judges on the phone 20 minutes at a time. And then if you're in a small category, you get to know your judges too. You start to see them too. So you write down your judges' names and then
Taste of all of them.
you can see. So the print will come out and you'll go click and then it's the same print, and if it's not, you do it with your cell phone now. And the page for the, for your WhatsApp,
okay.
just in case there's anything there for if you need a break.
And we'll be on print.
Did you get a wheelchair assist? Yeah.
Someone's having a funny little...
Alright, my husband doesn't say this. It's like a chair assistant. He wasn't there.
Oh, yes. Okay, what am I pushing to? So when you push, does it change that picture to match that one?
So you're looking here to there to there. So just
And what is it just the arrows and the right arrows progress? Okay, so this does that and this does that.
It's pretty right. But yeah, I found that quite helpful, and then you just hold all the
What's these numbers here? Okay, so 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 10, 10. Oh, that's 852, 9, 10, 9, 33. They've done a change.
because you'll get all of their tags, and so
So if they're in the room, they're here.
yeah, you'll have the tags there, and you'll think, okay, who's working well together, who's his personalities, and so you start to realise it's a perfect thing to ask you to away from. Yeah, definitely. And because that's what I discovered with, I did commercial trivia last year, and so watching judges, and then the ones that really change it, it's like, like it's really good for sometimes, but not if it's these two that kind of want to take a say. I never had them together again, yeah. But you learn it pretty good. And then there's different ones. But if I'm to ask, just say that it's your first time, you're pretty confident. I'm just lady version.
Thank you. Thank you. Hand in your credit card.
Yes. You're not going to get very far.
We'll just collect the free drinks.
Right, and yeah, don't worry about it. If you're having trouble,
Go to the payment chair.
just say special.
Sorry? I don't know whose they are. We've just arrived. Thank you, though.
You have to get around down now as well.
Yeah. Hello. Are you Paul?
I am.
Nice to meet you, Rachel.
How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Just trying to do a quick run.
Angela's given me a quick brief.
It's a real brief.
Do you use this system for your
Yeah.
judges? Do you want me to list them down?
Sorry, I got caught talking to judges.
You know what you're doing.
What an illusion. Jeez, look at the time. Holy crap. We're not going to be starting on time.
It's 3 minutes. Okay, no problem. So you do all that judgy stuff, and do I just click through and check that that image matches the print?
Yeah, so basically all you need to worry about is at the beginning here when we do this welcome to, you'll hit the go arrow,
Is that it? Right.
yeah, to go to the next slide, and so once I start introducing it, just click to the next one, and because it goes, there's a Canon video, and then you'll have to hit go on the point on the key again to play it,
Okay.
and then once again for the next video.
That run through.
So there's another video after that for the CR Kennedy, and then I'll introduce myself and you. Terrible names.
Oh, just side black hair is fine.
No. What's your
Oh, don't
surname?
worry. Yeah, that's me.
Rachel Hampton.
Yeah. Do you know there's 6 Rachels here this weekend?
Oh, probably. It's probably quite a popular name, isn't it?
Yeah, it was in my era. What now?
Where are you from?
Nelson.
Nelson.
Yeah, are
Son-
you local down here?
Yeah. That's why they keep asking me back. It's cheap.
Cheap labour.
Hmm. Hey. Yeah. So who? Oh God. Okay, welcome to the. Hello.
That one's not much chocolate.
Okay, welcome to the Canon Iris Awards, and we are currently or about to do the student category, which is kindly sponsored by CR Kennedy. So, first of all, we're going to just see a short video from our major sponsor, Canon. Okay, thank you, Canon, for sponsoring the Iris Awards. And the student category is sponsored by CR Kennedy.
Managing the colour within my images is integral to what I do. My name's Ian Vanderwald. I'm an Ilford Master and I've been a professional photographer for close to 40 years. Many creatives work within a controlled colour workflow. However, the one thing that stands out to me is how very few view the final product under controlled lighting conditions. The new Ilford Ilfalux colour viewing lamp now makes it easy for anybody to view their work under controlled lighting. This versatile unit is conveniently powered by USB, is portable and supports all industry lighting standards. The affordable Ilford Ilfalux is a great addition to anybody wanting to complete their colour managed workflow.
No, just push next one. Just next, yeah, just you can do that. Okay, so just while we get a couple of things set up, I am going to first introduce myself. My name is Paul Daly. I'm your panel chair, and I'm assisted by Rachel Hempton, who is sorting out our lighting for our prints. Now, I'm just going to go through the category description and then we will do a run through of the category images that we're going to be seeing. So this is the student category and it celebrates and showcases the skills, creativity and originality of student photographers currently enrolled in a photography or similar creative program. The category recognises the talent and development of emerging photographers, offering them the opportunity to share their unique perspectives and artistic vision across all genres of photography. This category provides a platform for students to demonstrate their potential, gain recognition for their achievements and develop their photographic skills. Entries must reflect a high level of originality and creativity. It aims to highlight the innovation and artistic exploration of students as they embark on their photographic journeys. As far as eligibility is concerned, it's open to all part-time or full-time students currently enrolled in a recognised tertiary institute in New Zealand or Australia studying photography or a similar creative program. Students may enter work as part of their final year study in the Iris Awards the year immediately following the completion of their studies. Entries must reflect a high level of originality and creativity. The guidelines for the students, the images created under a direct guidance of the tutor as part of the curriculum-based assignments are eligible for this entry. Okay. Entering the student category forfeits the right to the main categories, and students' entries may not earn merit points for NZIPP distinctions. Their subject matter may feature any subject matter and can encompass various styles and techniques, including traditional, conceptual, portrait, landscape, documentary, and creative photography. Entries should showcase the student's skill, individual creativity, reflecting their personal photographic journey rather than adhering to a specific theme. Exclusions, they're not, if they're an NZIPP accredited professional photographer, either past or present, are ineligible to enter the category. And use of mixed media, non-digital mixed media elements such as paint, ink, thread, wax, clay, wood, and other found objects may be incorporated. The photographic elements must remain the dominant visual communication within the piece. Any physical additions must comply with the depth limitations prescribed in the print preparation instructions. And this is a major editing category, which means that all forms of post-production are allowed as long as no computer or AI generated elements are used, which pretty much means that anything goes, which means that we can have some pretty interesting things come in front of us. So let's have a run through of what we're going to see. Okay, so that looks like an interesting set of images that we're going to be looking at. So, have we got any exclusions? we're not expecting too many, but there might be the odd one that's been advised. Okay, so we've got a great pool of judges here. So we're going to start off with, if we can, please, Michelle Fay, Amber Griffin, Angela Eastwood, John Foster, and Bruce Moyle. Okay, so our print handler's out the back all ready to go. Got the big thumbs up. Okay, our judges all good to go. You're all logged on. Okay, good, 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 good. Okay, let's go. Can we have the first print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Michelle, you'd like to challenge that? Okay.
I scored this image 81. I love the delicate nature of it. You go in and you look and it's moving, but it is something that I would love to put on my wall that you could look at and you can see different things. And when you go up and have a closer look, it's just all very delicate and pretty. And I really enjoyed looking at it, and I actually would like to go and have another look. So, yeah, I'm interested to hear what you say.
John, you're down the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I found this image a little bit confusing, and I was looking for a message in it. And I realised it's a pleasing image to the eye, but to me it was sort of like left me wondering what I should score it at as well. So.
Okay, we can help.
Amber?
I scored this image as 76, and like you, Michelle, I really enjoy the beautiful movement and sort of ethereal nature of the upper yellowy parts of that image. The reason why I kept this in the bronze scoring range was because of the hard lines at the bottom of I think this is like a vase of flowers, and the hard lines that have been repeated down the bottom I find just quite incongruent with the rest of the beauty up the top. I feel like it sits well in the bronze range.
Okay, have we got any other words or thoughts? Yeah, Angela?
Thanks for challenging this, Michelle. I gave this an 82, so up there in the silver as well. I really liked the dreamlike quality of it, and just that softness that you mentioned as well. It kind of makes me think almost of a ink blot type image as well, that you see something different every time you look at it. And yeah, I just really appreciate the delicacy of the print as well. So I think it could go up into silver if you give it a couple more points.
What was your score, Angela? Angela, did you state your score? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I misheard. Yep. All right. Can we rescore, please, judges? Oh, sorry. God, I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologise. Okay, Michelle, away you go.
The hard lines, Amber, when I first saw them, I agreed. I looked at it and I was like, oh, but then the more you look at it back, it gives it a bit of form and a bit of solidity at the bottom, because it holds it at the bottom. And then when you walk in close, what it is, they're just gorgeous flowers. Girls like flowers, and we like to look at flowers a lot. And with this one, they, just a reminder, give your girls flowers, just the movement in it, and the movement, it's so solid and green, and you follow it out, and it gets softer and softer as it go out. But you can still see the form. And so that's what it is. So now you can like it. And please, come on up just a little bit.
Okay, now let's rescore. Michelle? Yeah, okay, that's okay. No, not yet. Okay, 80, silver award. Alrighty, okay, congratulations to the photographer, and thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Bruce, yeah, you'd like to challenge?
Okay, I'm on 81, just in silver. I think this is an excellent execution of taking a really good graphic version of a tattoo. Tattoos are actually somewhat hard to shoot and actually make them feel like the ink that is on skin without it being over-processed or anything like this. It feels like a flat bit of art, has a bit of three-dimensionality in the hands. The focus is on the hands, but that's intentional to give that three-dimensionality through the image. And I think it's just done really, really solidly as a technique and as a crafted image, and you can really tell that they've found somebody who's very well tattooed and doesn't really have very no fading or anything like that. Great for the tattoo studio. Good bit of graphic art here, done well.
John, you're at the lower end again. Well, it's only out of 2.
Yeah, I found this image quite challenging in a way, and I mean, my eye was drawn to certain parts of the image where I felt a little bit messy or textured and things like that. But I think it's one of those images, the longer you look at it, the more appealing it becomes. And I really like the concept. And often I looked at it and I wondered what part of the body, if it is actually part of the body, that the rest of the tattoo is. So, but I'm willing to amend my score and possibly bring it up a little bit
Amber, for the middle ground.
Thanks for challenging, Bruce. I do find this a really compelling image. I was on a strong bronze at 78, and the reason that I was not in silver for this image was the way that it's been cropped. There's just the tiniest sliver of background, I think, on the just under the hand on the left-hand side, and I'm just confused as to why the photographer chose to not crop that in a little further. Also, with the tattoo on what I think is the person's back being very symmetrical, I really wish that the symmetry, I wish that the photographer had maintained that symmetry down the spine so that the bottom part of the image didn't just sort of tilt off to the right. So if you're able to resolve those for me, Bruce, I could join you in silver.
Okay, Bruce.
Thanks, everybody. Scoliosis. Really slight. That's the only reason I could give there. Like, bodies are not symmetrical, so like, as a graphic bit of art, yes, if you're drawing it on a bit of paper, yes, you'd want it to be symmetrical, but as a body, as a part of the body, nobody is symmetrical, so having a bit of a skew in there is just natural. The back, that little bit of background in there, I'm not exactly sure, I can't give you an answer to that, but that's why I'm only just in silver. But yeah, I think it's worthy of coming up into this range, so yeah, let's have a go.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, you've done it. 80, silver award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Huh? Oh, yes. Yeah, can we just... Print handler's getting very enthusiastic. Can we have a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Bruce? Yep.
Nice use of what I assume is in-camera motion to capture some texture and detail and some colour. The greens and oranges work well together. Things to think about in this space is what is the eye going to rest on. Using just a vignette to pull that in may not be enough because you start losing details on the edges. So it just takes a bit of practice to find that cookie or something in there that guides your eye in and holds us to the image.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments there, Bruce. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer? I'm going to pick on Angela down the end.
Well done on your silver award. Yeah, really creative and innovative way of telling a story. To me, I'm seeing a mother looking at family members, perhaps. This story, I think, can be interpreted in lots of different ways. So really well done at how you've approached that with the reflection in the eyes. To strengthen it, I feel like the one side is the reflective images are a lot stronger on one side than the other, so it makes it a little bit unbalanced, but excellent job.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And can I get a comment for, yep, Amber?
Congratulations on your bronze award. The first thing that hit me when I saw this image was just the beautiful print quality that you have achieved here. Simplicity is often beauty, and I really, really enjoy the simplicity of the composition that you have presented to us. I think just in order to elevate your work, try to give us a little bit more story, or just a little bit more, but well done.
Okay, thank you for the feedback there. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Okay, and a comment for the photographer. Was that, were you eyeing me up, John, or was that, no, just looking this way? Bruce? Yep.
Well done on your silver award. That's great. I love the idea in this and the drawings and the markup and things like that. I'm sitting there thinking I'm not smart enough to understand it all, and I did physics. But I think the thing to elevate this, I think your concept is brilliant. It's just nailing your portrait in the middle and just how you get your lighting right for that. is going to elevate this, continue with this trajectory because it's awesome.
Okay, thank you for the feedback there, Bruce. And next image, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Amber, you'd like to challenge?
Yes, I would like to challenge. I gave this image an 82, and I really do think it sits in the silver category. When I see grief so boldly written under a bridge like this, I guess that for me that is associated with maybe someone has jumped off that bridge. The reason that I think this sits in silver is for the beautiful way that this print has been handled. I think that it's really well composed and it's well framed by that foliage, and I like the way that the whiteness of and the boldness of those letters is echoed by that little gap in the sky above. I'm interested to hear what you guys think.
John, you're at the other end of numbers.
Again. Yeah, I looked at this and I really felt that the grief part of it was too minor in the image. Almost wanted more zooming in on that and really going for it and really making that more powerful. Also, on the left-hand side, the print's a little bit muddy, which, you know, which I thought maybe just short of a professional standard, but, oops, sorry. But, yeah, it's just I'm willing to come up a little bit, but I certainly, I wouldn't sit too well with a silver, but certainly a bronze. And I marked it 74.
Okay, so the middle ground is fairly tight. Michelle, maybe?
I scored this 78. I am listening to you, Amber. I had another look. I don't actually think it's that muddy. It's very dark, but it's not muddy on that side. I just needed a bit more of a story because I saw the grief and it's like, okay, that's the word grief. I just needed a little bit more, like of a story to get me going, to just pull it up that little bit more. So I scored 78.
Okay, I think I might be back to you, Amber.
Sure. John, I invite you to pop back up there and just check the shadows in that left-hand side, because I can see plenty of detail in there. Michelle, I don't know how much more story I can give you other than what I've already said, and that is only my interpretation of why there might be grief written under a bridge like that. I think that this photographer has chosen, just really, really chosen everything within this image really well. I love the way the crop goes from edge to edge. I think that it's a beautifully handled print on the right paper, and it definitely sits in the silver range. We've got all the tones in there. Let's go for silver, guys.
Stop. You're going to have to park your score in your brain for just a moment, because we've had a little technical issue. So if you have to write it on the back of your hand, or just park it in your brain just for a moment. we're just getting honours here as quickly as we can. No, Amber didn't break it. Just while we're waiting, I'll just tell you a little about our sponsors, CR Kennedy. Okay, so CR Kennedy, New Zealand, is one of New Zealand's foremost photographic, video, CCTV, survey and medical importers and distributors. The company is divided into 4 main divisions: photography, imaging, medical survey and surveillance. I thought it said 4. There's only 3 there. And it's based... Okay. And it's based in Auckland and offers full representation throughout New Zealand in conjunction with the sister company CR Kennedy in Australia. And they offer Australasian distribution and representation. CR Kennedy is represented by the trade event under the Ilford stand. Go and see Jared for all your needs. Okay, we've got a score of 80, silver award. Sorry about the little technical delay there, but we got there in the end. So, thank you everybody, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And is that a challenge, John? Put your hand out there. Let us know. Okay, thank you.
Should actually be an automatic challenge, isn't it?
No, it's elective.
Elective?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I really like this. I just felt it was just a snapshot of urban life and the crawling around and the spaghetti junction sort of thing, and all cars with their lights on, indicating it's sort of the end of the day, so everyone's heading home. And I just like the tonality of it all. But I'd like to hear what other people think of it as well.
Okay, Amber, you're down the other end of the scale.
Oh, sorry, I was on this one. I like those aspects of it as well, John. I gave this image a 74. I think, to me, it's a well-taken photograph, but I'm not finding anything in there that is particularly awards-worthy. I find the tension of the crop with all of the sort of quite contrasting elements and smaller details being half chopped off, particularly in the top half of the frame, to just be quite uncomfortable. But I'm definitely listening.
Angela, representing the middle ground.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this, and I think it sits comfortably in the bronze range. I gave this a 78. I really liked the urban landscape that they've presented us with, and the things that stopped me going any higher was I felt like the top half of the image was a little bit more punchy, in the tones compared to the bottom half, whereas a little bit flatter. And the what you mentioned, Amber, about the cutting off of some of those elements at the top as well. But still really enjoyed it, and I think bronze is good.
Okay, any other comments?
I think my only comment would be is that where the cars and the trucks and that are positioned are just as they probably were taken, and in this sort of space where you can actually play a little bit, you could actually really be definitive about where things sit. So that's the reason why I'm sitting in bronze.
Okay, John, looks like it's back to you.
Yeah, thanks for those thoughts, guys. You're taking into account the fact this is basically an open category. Yeah, I do understand your comment. And yeah, I'm willing to reconsider my score.
Okay, can we rescore, please? Yeah. Thank you. We are on 79, which is a bronze award currently, but we are also in a review situation. So let me just push the button, and then we need a 79 or 80 out of our judges, please. Okay, 79, Bronze Award. Okay, can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to do a little judge change. Okay, so Catherine, can you come in for John, please? And Bruce, do you want to come in? Sorry, take a break. And Adam, if you'd like to come in too. Okay, can we have next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. Catherine, would you like to?
Yeah, I gave this
challenge?
88. It's not technically perfect. That's why it didn't go to gold. But when you look around this, there is it is oozing with personality. Every single person in that has got a little story. I just feel the command that this photographer has taken in arranging this and coordinating this and balancing the composition and, you know, giving this medley of personalities, it makes you smile. Like, you go all around this, there's a rhythm, a great shape, there's a lot of people in that, and this photographer's done a fantastic job at crafting this, bringing it all together, and bringing out aspects of personality that we can all relate to. We can all relate to the little girl in the front with mum's high heel shoes. You know, you've got the baker at the back, the bookworm, the little boy at the front bringing the leg up as kids do. There's just so many little aspects to that, to this image, that really make it work well as a whole piece.
Adam, you're down the other end of scoring?
Yeah, look, I'm on 77, and perhaps I've been a bit harsh because I really enjoyed it from back here, especially. I enjoyed the interaction. This isn't an easy thing for any photographer to do, to get a whole bunch of people to do what you want. I think what initially held me back and what may stop me going from silver distinction levels is that while there's little pockets of interaction, I feel like there's a disconnect between the two sides of the group, that the energy is sort of heads outwards and not as a togetherness, and that's anchored by the person that's looking away back at the grandma figure. It's such a central character, and I feel like I'm sort of blocked, and that sort of leads me out of the image rather than into the image. So while there's really good work in there, I just feel like at the end it doesn't connect as a whole. But I'm willing to listen because, as I said, there's some skill involved in getting those little groups just together.
Amber?
I'm very much in support of this image. I was in silver distinction as well, Catherine, and despite the little technical things that are going on. I think it's important for us to really remember that we're in the student category and we should be rewarding experimentation and creativity. And I think the fact that a student has managed to craft this composite with all of this interaction going on and has managed to get the diversity of expression and interaction out of all of these people is really worth rewarding. I love the additional creative elements, which I assume relate to the different people's personalities, like the man who's got the overlay of concrete within his figure, and the ocean with the girl in the book, and then the music. There's so much going on here, and I think it just tells a beautiful story of diversity within a family. Adam, I don't actually find that there is a disconnect in this at all. I feel like it's actually very well balanced, and it's sort of like a little pause in the middle there. So I quite like the fact that we've got one person facing away. I think I was a bit shy on my 86, and I'm certainly coming up to join you, Catherine.
Any other thoughts? Angela? Yeah, quickly.
I gave this an 83, and I really, really loved the family portrait that they've presented with here. And if anything, I'm definitely going to come up into the silver distinction. But to the photographer, I'd say if you've played with some really fun concepts here with, and I feel like the left-hand side of the image is really strong, where you've really started to play and be creative with your approach, and that's less on the right-hand side. So really, just go for it and carry on with whatever you're doing here, because it's really, really fun and really creative, and it could have made a even stronger image if you'd really pushed that through onto that right-hand side of the image as well.
Catherine, back to you.
The right-hand side is filled with lots of little relationships and lots of interactions between those groups there. This photographer has allowed each of those subjects to still be themselves. You've got one group with the matching outfits. You've got the youthful people with their hoodies and more casual clothing. You've got the wedding couple. You've got the children who kind of anchor left and right together at the base. You've got the more casual on the left-hand side. This is packed with personality. And I think the centre, you've got the person looking away. As a family photographer, you often get the person who really doesn't want to be in there, but this group is like, no, everyone has to be in there. Every person is important. And then you've got the extra element of the person in the middle, the want-to-be photographer who's looking back out at you and adding to that. I think it's absolutely filled with good stuff, and well and truly, in this student category, deserves to be at least 88 where I am right now.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, you've done it. 87, silver distinction. Thank you for that, judges. And can we have the next print, please? All right, we've got an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award. Amber, would you like to challenge?
I would like to challenge. I have got this up on an 86 for the narrative aspect. I think that this is a naughty runaway steer who has gotten out of the paddock and has found his way close to the river. Initially, I was really annoyed at that. I think it's a kayak that's on the other side of the river over there, because I thought, oh, this really doesn't fit in. But I think that that's actually letting us know that this is a river. And once they get out of the paddock, they can be very difficult to get back in. Cows are not allowed to be beside rivers, and I think that this guy is full of mischief. I'm on 86. Let's talk about it.
Adam, you're at the other end of scale.
I swear I'm a nice guy normally. Look, I saw all of that as well. I kind of was, and I do like now that you talked about the river and that aspect, I do like that element of the storytelling. That's what I was kind of looking for, I guess, is past that initial cow next to a tree, which I thought was nicely framed in that part. There are some distracting elements off to the side and the top. That's what I was looking for. Is I'm still looking to develop that narrative that takes me past that initial impact and framing in the frame.
Maybe something from the middle ground, Michelle?
Yeah, cows are predominantly hard to get back in their paddock once they're out. I like the picture. It's a cow and it's looking straight at you. But I'm not sure I can get with that story. And the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm seeing distractive things that could have been gone. And the student has done a really good job, and I think you should go and take some more photos of some more cows. But I need a bit more story from you, Amber.
Yes, Catherine.
I'll make it quick. Student category is like an open category, so I was bothered by that object in the back, but now that I understand it better, I think that you can't make the distracting things go because we don't know the intent of what this photograph's purpose is. So it's not for us to say that. I think that in context of it potentially being a more documentary type of image, I think that it does tell this story. I'm on 77. I'm going to go up. I'm not going up to silver distinction, but I'm going to go up to silver. I do also want to celebrate the quality of this, all the detail in that steer, all the texture through the bark, all the leaves. It's really well handled. So I think it does reward in those ways.
Okay, yep, back to you, Amber.
Thank you for the support. Hopefully there is enough story that we've already discussed to allow you to give it a few more points. There, Adam? Yes. I really, really love the detail on the animal, whether it's a cow or a steer. I think it is a steer. I can see like a little puzzle. But I just really think we should be rewarding this photographer for the story that they've conveyed here and the beautiful print. I'm on 86. If you can't come up to silver distinction, please at least come to a silver.
Okay, let's rescore. Alrighty, 81, silver award. Okay, nice conversation. Thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Yep, Adam, you'd like to challenge this?
Told you I was nice sometimes. First of all, an absolutely exquisite colour palette right through the image. It's the initial impact from right back here, and there's lovely detail in those tones from the top to the bottom, and the way it leans and the way those ripples down the bottom. And then you have this beautiful three-dimensionality that's not only created by the triptych effect that's here, the way the birds come in and out of it, I think it is very well handled as far as to give us that depth and give us a sense of scale. And the birds are handled as far as the lighting consistency of it as well. Sometimes we can look at these sort of composite styled images and the light feels like it's all coming from the right direction, and so it makes that cohesiveness. But the way it sits on it sits almost on a wall in a house, and then these elements just sort of float in and out of this really serene environment, and they dominate the image. So I'm initially attracted by the colour, but then I want to go and explore the shape and just the way they float through the image. I think it's been really well handled in its concept. So I was on 86.
Michelle, down at the lower end.
I scored this image 77, and I really wanted to love it because I saw it and I was like, oh, this is going to be really cool. And then I got in really closer, and just the way the birds have been handled, it's like, is that light coming from the right direction? The image itself, like the photo in the background, I really, it makes me just relax. But then the birds, they seem to be going in all sorts of directions, which birds tend to do, but they're not connected to me so much. If you can sort that out for me, it'd be good.
Amber, a word from the middle ground.
I gave this an 83, and I am definitely in support of this image. Purely from a graphic compositional point of view, I think that this is quite original, and it's really well handled. I love the way that the dark, where the sand would be in the bottom left, is echoed by the largest dark bird in the top. And I also really enjoy the way that that smallest bird is headed out towards the light and towards the horizon out there. When I first saw it, I thought, oh, it's interesting that they've chosen not to matte it and to print the whole thing full bleed. But I can really appreciate why you would not want to be trying to matte around there. So I think that the photographers really made the right choice. I'm on an 83, and I'm definitely listening, Adam.
Okay, Adam, back to you.
Yeah, I think that when I look at it, you see these sunset scenes all the time, and you see that sort of muddiness in the bird that's inherent of such a strong backlight. And when the bird is completely on its back to us, as it is on the right, there's the least amount of detail. On the bird on the left is sort of showing its face to that little bit, so there's more detail. And then we see the most amount of detail, as Amber said, on the one that's heading out into the light. And I think that's often in composites, that's the thing we overlook, and especially as we're talking in a student category, it's that attention to detail, that it's okay for these things to be muddy and not to be, the pin sharp, correct. Well, it's sharp, but the real crispness that we the technical perfection wants. As Amber said, I think the way the composite sort of leads us into the frame and then leads us around and then leads us back out into just reinforces that palette that gives us that dimension. The palette leads us one way and the birds lead us another way. So I think there's a real cleverness in its construction here, and I'd love to see it get a silver distinction.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 85, silver distinction. All right, can we have a blank screen for a moment? We're just going to do a judge change. So, Amber, you can take a break for a bit, and Francis, if you can come in, and Michelle, you can take a break, and and Janine, if you can come in, please. Yeah, no, go for it. Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Adam? Yep, just throw that hand right up there. Thank you.
Yeah, I gave this 83 a solid silver, and I want to reward it initially, just the beautiful print quality that we see here. You know, I mean, I was taught from a young age, you know, we all hear the good blacks and good whites and everything in between, and this one's got them all, and it leads you for like the brightest part of the image is up on the top of those feathers and leads you right around that beautiful curve that we've got there. And I think I know what it is. I don't want to know, so I'd say exactly what species or, you know, the feathers, but there's so much detail and so much texture in there. And I would love to reward it as a silver just for how well they've handled not only that, but just the details to spot something small in something larger and bring it out so well.
Catherine, you're at the other end of things. Yep.
I was on 72. I appreciate the beautiful print quality. I find the choice of crop in focusing on that messy feather intriguing. I don't understand it. And I find that I'm simply drawn to that, and it breaks that beautiful curve. So yeah, that's where I'm sitting at the moment. That's my barrier to going higher, but I'll keep hearing what others have to say.
Francis?
Yes, I'm sitting in the middle here somewhere, 78. I do really enjoy the beautiful tonal range, the play with the texture, and with the feathers. I think it works all really, really well. I'm just finding some of the feathers in the bottom part a little bit soft, so I wonder if there could have been a little bit more sharpness in those as well. Also, I do miss the narrative a little bit. I sort of go from up and down and not quite sure where to rest my eyes, but altogether a beautifully done print with the tones kept really, really in a beautiful way. Well done.
Okay, any other thoughts? Oh, okay, yep, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Look, I actually really appreciated this image as well, and I gave it a 78, and I thought the feathers were rendered absolutely beautifully, but the beautiful curve at the top was perhaps a little disappointing for me, because I felt like the sharpness just fell off so dramatically, and I almost wondered whether it was some sort of compositing, masking type issue, but I'd be all ears to any thoughts on that one.
Thanks, Janine. Back to you, Adam.
In one of those things, I'd be at 88 if it was sharp. But then perhaps I think sometimes that might even push us in towards the middle, because we want to look for that moment of critical sharpness in there. And just like it's the vignette that's not done tonally, it's done focus point. Would it be perfect if it was sharp? Then we'd be talking lots of high scores. I think that the point of the narrative even may be that this might be a show bird or something like that, and the imperfection is the thing. So we've got such loveliness all the way around, and there's just that one little bit you've got to go in and kind of give it a tweak, and it's got that touchability and it's got that feel about it. It doesn't, I don't think it has to be literal, because my literal mind wants to know really what it is, but I think that's the strength in it, as well as it could be a showbird, it could just be your bog standard chook, or could it be another bird completely. They've focused in on this one part, and it's got a beautiful graphic quality. It's a lovely print. I'm on a middle silver, and I think that we can get it.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Adam, I think you need to hit enter or something on your keyboard there. Okay, thank you. We've got 81, silver award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you to the judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 83, which is a silver award. Janine, yes, you, sorry, are you, yes, you can, sorry, I missaw that. Yep.
I am very pleased to be able to challenge this image because it's the small things that count. I really enjoyed this environmental portrait of a pair of elderly deck chairs, and complete with all the bird poo and all the sort of time-worn stuff, and a real sense of their environment too, sort of a bit, it's pretty downtrodden, and I felt that it was very well seen and such a classic case of observation of beautiful things easily passed by. So I gave this image 85, and I think it's worth a conversation to look at perhaps bringing it up a few points.
Adam, at the lower end.
And I'm not that far away, and I'm very close to silver, and I actually saw a different narrative, which is why yours is really good and encourages me a lot, because I kind of felt like we were being... It was something, it's more of a statement about not having companionship, because that's companionship is what I got initially, the way that those two chairs, it's kind of like you said, the little couple there. And I felt like the block then, because I initially questioned the fence and all that sort of horror lines, but then I thought that's maybe the person sort of expressing that they don't have that relationship. And so to express that through inanimate objects, I'm coming up and I'm definitely listening, because I think there's good narrative here.
I think Angela had sort of first dibs at the middle ground.
Middle ground, but only barely below the distinction level. I gave it 84, and definitely will be coming up. To me, your little story about the environmental portrait, but to me this speaks about the people that used to be in these chairs, and maybe it's a family home that, the kids have left, the elderly parents are maybe not living there anymore, and that explains the fence a little bit more. So looking from the outside into this now empty home, which probably was full of life and full of people and family, but now is this emptiness, and it's a little bit sad, but kind of celebration of that what used to be as well. So definitely will be coming up.
Quickly, Catherine.
Sorry. I get a different read from this. I'm on 82 and I am coming up, but possibly for different reasons, and I guess we can all interpret different things. But I don't see a backyard. I see not a house, not a home. I see homelessness. I see a dirty blanket that someone sleeps there, and those found objects, they're lucky to have them because that's their little slice of luxury. But I get a deep sense of sadness with this. I instantly felt really, really forlorn. And you sit with it for longer. My interpretation might not be true, but it is a beautiful observational piece no matter what the story is.
Okay, anything else to add? No, back to you, Janine.
Thank you for that, judges, and it's awesome to hear those different points of view. I loved Angela's sentence, looking from the outside. I think that's a lot of what this is about, whether or not, whatever environment it is. I completely agree. There is a sense of sort of melancholy and perhaps lost companionship, which I really felt that acutely. And just leaving it with this, look at the angle of the chairs and the way they're actually sitting. I just think that is just genius and very, very beautiful. So I think we're all an easy talk up to a silver distinction.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 86, silver distinction. Okay, congratulations to the photographer on that one. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Adam, you're sort of stretching your neck there.
Yeah, there's a lot of control in some elements here of the way the light falls, and especially if you think of it in a performance situation or something like that, the way the light falls and the use of the coloured gels to kind of shape the person. It's an interesting crop. It's a brave crop, and I'm not sure if it's, perhaps a little more room around the bottom, especially because it's a very bottom-heavy image. Just give us a little more context as to why we're being presented like that, and give us a little bit more story that might just then explore a bit more, allow us to explore more of the image.
Okay, yep. Janine, another comment?
Very briefly, for the audience at home, there's a really innovative presentation here happening with the image set very low in the mat, in the arched aperture. And I think it's really effective, and I'd like to congratulate the photographer on that presentation.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Now, can we just have a blank screen briefly? And Angela, you can take a break. Thank you for your hours worth of judging. And Johan, come on in. Okay, and have the next print, please. Okay, we've got an initial score of 84, a silver award. Yes, Johan. It's automatic.
Right. Yeah, I've given this a 92. What a wonderful study of grace, control, pastel, beautiful pastel, simplicity, great use of an oval of an oval frame. The lines reach up from the bottom to these beautiful florets. They could be dancers. So just stunning. I like the way that one's turning away. It's kind of like ignoring us. They each have their own personality even. Dahlias can be ugly flowers, but these ones are gentle, kind, pastel, and beautiful and worthy of gold.
Catherine, your thoughts?
I am on 78, and I think they're beautiful, gentle, soft, warm. I love all those things. The one that's turning away, I probably don't enjoy that as much as you. I find that the darkness, I'm kind of being locked into that little dark element, and as I am with the flower on the right hand, the small one on the right hand side, those are aspects that I do fight with a little bit. I recognise that at 78 I'm too tight with my score, and I will be coming up, not as high as you, but I will continue to consider my score.
Adam, you are up.
I'm definitely in support of the image. I'm an 88, and for all the reasons that Johan said, the delicateness and the control in those flowers and the way that it reaches up and the pinnacle point of sharpness right in the middle of that top flower is just delicious. Like, it's just, you could reach it and smell it almost. It's. I initially was a little the thing that kept me out of gold actually was those little green the shoots down the bottom. I wondered about those, but then as I look up the image, that it's sort of like the growth, like it's the little bit, and then it's a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. I'm encouraged. Let me say. Yes.
Okay, any other thoughts? Johan, back to you.
Cool. I'd like to encourage everybody. I think if all the flowers were facing towards us, it would be a bit expected. It would be what we would anticipate seeing, and that would be very worthy of a silver with distinction. I think the fact that the photographer has chosen to show us the back end of a dahlia, the working part, is brave, but I don't see it as a negative in the image, because what it does is it emphasizes the beauty of the rest. It is almost a full picture of dahlias, where you get the back and the front, and you get the birth and the final. And if you just can't do it for them being dahlias, just do it because they're beautiful. I gave it a 92.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 88, silver distinction. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you for the judges and your input there. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Johan, like to challenge that?
Hell yeah. What I'm loving is the overall sense of haze that sits over this image. It gives it a softness. And the volcanic glow that you get from the sky as it goes from burnt orange to a dull orange. I love the bottom wave, the black line across the bottom. It's such a solid anchor. And it builds up to this eruptive mountain, and then we have the consequence of eruption. I think there's analogy or metaphor all through this. Yeah, I gave it an 87. It's glowing.
Catherine?
Here I am at 72. I feel that the grand mountain is not grand. It's miniature. It doesn't feel like it is drawing me in. I feel drawn in by the sky, and there's a lot of it. There's an expanse of that's just pulling me up and out. I do think there is some banding up the top, and that is a negative for me as well.
Adam, your thoughts?
And I was halfway in between at 83. I think the strength, like Johan said, is the kind of confusion of scale. You know, the beautiful lines at the bottom really anchor it, like you said, so well. It's the strength of the image, and I'm glad you said haze and the volcanic. I was at 83 because I also looked and wondered if it could be cropped for a little bit from the top, but then I thought to myself, that then loses, if we make it all about the mountain or the rock formation, we lose all that other texture and all that sort of confusion of scale here. It's an really interesting and a very brave choice that has been handled 99% of the time fairly well, I think.
Okay, any other thoughts? Johan, back to you.
Problem with this image is that it's so simple that it's very easy to put it aside and ignore it. But the strength of it is the same thing. It's simplicity. And the strength is in its gradation as you go from the deep dark blues almost up to the lovely oranges and up to the less orange at the top. And then in the middle you have this interruption. And it's a mountain of a distance, you know, and of a distance it's smaller, and it doesn't need to be of grand size or anything like that. It's there, and it's so balanced within the image. It's presented central, lower, third, and it's just positioned perfectly. And then with that gradation through the sky, it just makes you feel calm. And this would be the aftermath of a storm if it was there, a volcanic storm. Yeah, I gave it an 87. I'm not asking for gold. Jeez.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 83, silver award. Okay, blank screen for a moment, please. We're just going to do a bit of a double judge change. Okay, so Adam, you can take a break. Russell, if you can come up. And Catherine, if you can take a break. Bruce, where are you? If you can come up, please. Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. And a comment. Russell, are you looking at me for making a comment? No? Okay, all right. Anybody got something for the photographer? Yeah, Johan?
There's a wonderful balance left and right with the white on the white paint on the dark side of the bricks and then black paint on the light side. That's just a happy coincidence that's worked out particularly well for the photographer, and good on them for including it within the image. And then as you go down and focus on the pillar at the back, that's it. You know, that's a beautiful point to focus on. A little shame with the post coming up behind it, but otherwise an excellent image. And thank you for not vignetting too much.
Okay, thank you, Johan, for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And, yep, come in.
Well done on your bronze award. Something to think about when you're doing a portrait like this with a full length and a little bit of movement which you're trying to capture in that. Look at your tonal ranges with your skin from top to bottom, and particularly with satin and how it is falling into dark areas, you're losing saturation and depth because of the black background and where your lighting is. So a bit of finessing on your lighting and you'd actually make this pop a lot more.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Bruce. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. All right, and can we have a yeah, go Francis.
Congratulations to your silver award. What an amazing, interesting image to look at. There is a double meaning in this image. That's my interpretation anyway. So the photographer has photographed a landscape that was neglected, so there's a strong emotional feel to that landscape, the lonely chair, the umbrella. There might have been a storm, but then someone kept that print, and then it also was a bit neglected again, and therefore the print then had stains. So it's a double meaning of it, and that's what I particularly enjoyed about this image. So well done.
Okay, thank you, Francis, for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, bronze award. Can we have a comment for the photographer from somebody? Johan?
Lovely sense of abandonment here. If anything, to make it more successful, I probably wouldn't have used that nice warm light. It sort of takes away from that sense of abandonment. But good solid bronze there with a simple image.
Okay, thank you, Johan. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 87. Johan would like to challenge.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about this image. I gave it a 91. It's unique. It's very, very original. It's almost like it's got a code through each of these images. Part of it's been redacted in a way, in a warm way. There's a tonality that runs down from the top and then sits on this very solid base. And then in the middle you have this shape, probably a balloon of some form, a reflection in some sort of sky and all that, but it sits very solid. And it's very calming, but actually confusing at the same time, perplexing in a good way. And it makes you think, and you wonder what's happening. I think superb image. See what you can do.
Russell, you're down the lower end of things.
Yeah, and I oh, shit, was a lot louder than next door. And I blew it. I scored at 84, and I'm definitely happy to go to gold as well, to be honest. It's a wonderful environmental sort of capture and observation with the building in the first instance, and then the relationship of that building and its environment, and that happenstance of a balloon there. The lovely warmth of the flame inside the balloon, which I'm assuming it is just centrally placed. Love the dark to the light, the sense of the balloon being able to rise up into that light. The palette's awesome. It's graphically very, very innovative, and I've not really seen anything like it before. So I was very light on it at 84, and I'll happily come to gold with Johan.
Bruce?
Yeah, I was very light on it, and I was at 86, and I'm going straight up to gold. As soon as I put it in, I knew I did it dirty. I think also the photographer needs to be complimented in thinking about how this has been arranged in the respect to the height, because we're used to seeing balloons in the air or from above, depending on like the photography, and this is really unique. Also, you usually only see them at dawn, especially if you're out in Melbourne or anywhere. If you've ever been in that space, you'll see them in the morning. But also giving us that representation, that collage or mosaic of the building is just wonderful. Like, yeah, like this is gold all over it.
Oh, Janine? Yeah.
Yeah, I was on Club 86, should have gone up to gold as well. And I think I just need a little time to get my head around a few things. And I felt a real mathematical and almost digital, not digital photography, we're talking numbers here, feeling to it. And then I sort of flipped that around a little more, and it's like the passage of time. And so that is the thing I think that might just help me get into that gold range easily.
Okay, any other thoughts? No, back to you, Johan.
You know what to do. Thank you.
Okay, let's rescore. Good talking. 92, gold award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer there. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Anybody? Yep, go Janine.
Look, congratulations on a strong silver distinction here. I actually gave this image an 88, and I just felt like it was a real story of transparency and fragility, and just one puff of wind and it would be all over. I think the photographer has made some excellent choices here to bring that out, including the sort of styling of the image. I think just there's a couple of little things around the edges that may, if they were addressed, may have made this image a little stronger, but overall, a really great image.
Okay, thank you, Janine. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer? I can't see anybody. I'm just going to pick on somebody. Janine. You're in the middle of the group.
Well done to the photographer on a silver award. I think this image, it conveys a lot of fear and a lot of emotion in the subject for really obvious reasons. I felt like the sort of catch lights in the eyes were possibly did go with the mood, but they were quite strong. And to maybe convey the messaging here better, consider a different type of paper for your print. Perhaps a soft sort of fine art paper might have done it a little more justice, but I'd be happy if anyone else has anything to add from the portrait point of view.
No? Okay, thank you for the comments anyway. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, silver award. Janine's offering a comment. Oh, sorry. Yes. No, I missed that totally. Yep, go for it.
Look, I scored this image 85, and I think it, in a way, in a really weird way, brought these sort of nostalgic kind of feelings out of me. It reminded me a bit of an old sign on a shop or whatever that had sort of started to rust and the paint had started to bubble and things had started to degrade. But you probably all know those sort of things that happen in parts of this country slightly forgotten. And so whilst it's not literally that, it certainly conveyed that feeling. And I think the sort of faded blues and rusted colours definitely helped with that colour palette and giving that nostalgic feel for me. But I'd really welcome how other judges felt about it.
I'll just go to Bruce first.
I'm on the lower end at 76. I think the thing that really stopped me from going to where you are, Janine, is the white element that's dominant in there. I felt like there was a lack of detail or sharpness or something going on there which really didn't resolve in the image. I love the palette. I love the idea of the cross-processing or the alternative processing that's sort of being done for this. I just feel like the actual how it's been pulled together is just not as successful as I would like, but I'm listening.
Johan.
Yeah, I gave this a silver. I could probably creep up. I see this as an abstraction, and being an abstraction, then it doesn't actually have to have a personal intent. It's partially perhaps a demonstration of an alternative process. I believe quite strongly that it's not necessarily a degradation, but a process that has this impact on the outcome. And that the process has combined with the image to create something that's even more abstract, and it adds to it, it fortifies it. The containment of that form within the frame is perfect in that it holds it there, and the fact that the darkness of the process impact on the bottom left-hand side is stronger than on the top of that. It sort of holds you in, and it gives it a base and something solid, even though there seems to be a reflection of a sky which is almost upside down. So I feel it's very well balanced, and it's not anything specific, but it does what it does well.
Okay. Yep, Francis.
Yes, just very briefly, it's one of these images where you can see or read all these different stories in it. For me, I was underwater, not wearing my goggles. You know how you see everything a little bit fuzzy, and for me, it was a clear situation, and then I see a bit of seaweed and see a bit of a part of a boat that sunk many, many years ago. So I saw all these elements. So and I have it in the 82, and I think yeah, definitely a silver.
Okay, Janine, back to you.
Well, thank you, judges, for bearing with me as I sort of came to grips with this image as well. And I think the idea of mixed media and alternative process and perhaps foreign materials being put in here actually really adds some depth to what we're looking at. I feel like the idea of being underwater or having movement makes it less crucial that white part needs to be sharp, but we're getting different feelings from quite an abstract image. I had nostalgia, there was underwater, so from that point of view, I believe it's quite successful as a thought-provoking piece. So I'm on 85. Please do feel free to come and join me.
Okay, let's rejudge. $85, silver distinction. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you for that. Next print, please. We have a score of 74. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, go Bruce.
When you're, well done for entering. What I'd look at doing when you're doing a shot like this, your composition is interesting, and the catch, I think, to elevate your image is really make sure your highlights don't blow out. Like, look at your contrast across the whole image, and don't rely on a heavy vignette to try and guide the eye, because it really, when it crops into the sky, it becomes really obvious and actually quite distracting. So yeah, just check your highlights and then just work tonally across the whole image and not rely on a vignette as heavily.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Bruce. Blank screen, please. We're just going to do another judge change. So a double judge change. Russell, you can have a break, and John, if you can come in, and Janine, you can take a break, and Amber, can you come in, please? Okay, we're all good to go. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Johan, you'd like to challenge that?
Yeah. Firstly, kudos to the photographer for framing it this way. It made us span and scan and then settle. From a distance, it looked like a bird's claw coming up, but it wasn't. It was a chair upside down, as you know. The tone is perfect. It's almost golden. I gave it an 88, which is almost golden also. Just so you know. The placement of the subject within the frame, it has the sense of falling, but it's static and it's held there. The texture of the water as you run your eyes through it, as it goes off to the darkness at the back, it's just glorious. Yeah. Tell me why I'm wrong.
John?
John?
Yeah, when I looked at this, I saw the top going way out of focus, and I thought that was holding it back a bit. So it may have been cropped differently, but still in the vertical plane, which I do like. And also the meaning of the chair upside down, as if someone's just given up on life and thrown the chair away. So I do like that bit. So, but I was just held back a little bit by the out of focus bit at the top. So if you could justify that, that'd be great.
Your score?
I scored at 74.
Thank you. Okay, Bruce? Yep.
I'm coming up with your hand. This actually was, I was 83 and I was like, oh, damn, when I sat down afterwards, like, okay. Look at this as a piece of commercial art, just for your sake, and think of it like an album cover of some like indie record or something like that, like about the dissolution of the current state of civilization. People are sick of what's going on. They've just thrown their chair out the window. It's in the thing. Everything's effed. I think it's actually just simple and clever, and can read a lot of emotion into something that is so simple. I think the way it's been put together and matted is extremely elegant and creative. Like just having it all the way through, so it go like you can fall straight through it. This is silver distinction, and thanks for challenging. That's great.
Okay, any other thoughts? Back to you, Johan.
This is the end of office life. It's fantastic, and if you're concerned about the hazy distance, sometimes the distance can be hazy. It's allowed to, but they've actually compensated for the lack of clarity by making it darker. So you don't actually look up there. You look to where you're supposed to look, along the crests of the waves as you come down, and then to this upside down chair that's symbolic of another life that's not as much fun as a river. You know what to do.
Okay, let's rescore. Well done, 85, silver distinction. Okay, congratulations to the photographer on that one. Okay, can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. You can, if you're looking at me
Well, because we're in the student category, I think that we should at least talk about this image from an education perspective. So I gave this an 80,
Yep.
and I snuck it into the silver range for the consistency of tone throughout the whole thing. I've got a lot of other points that I would like to talk about, but seeing as I am the challenger, I'm not going to. So what would you guys like to say?
The spread wasn't huge. Francis, you're at the...
Thank you for challenging that. That's good. Look, I'm in 77 in the bronze because I found it a really interesting image, a good documentation of a tattoo process. And yes, I do agree the tones are beautiful. They're kept all the way through. It's very clean. It's very well presented. But I feel that maybe we don't need all the images. I just found there is a lot to look at, and we might have had a stronger message in just picking maybe 4 or 6 of the strongest images and put them together.
Johan? Yep.
I gave it a 79, and I really wanted to go into a silver because it's a nicer colour. But it's the colour that actually got me. Because of the colour treatment, the skin gets lost. We're not able to see the skin as such because it's also the same colour as the walls, and it's the same colour as the other elements within the image. And had the skin been more skin-like, I probably would have understood the image quicker and fallen in love with it faster, and maybe too many images as well.
Okay. Bruce, did you want to say something quickly?
Yeah, real quick. I think what Johan is saying is correct, but the thing I think is also part of your storyline here is your actual ink at the bottom is yellow, but everything that seems to be tattooed overall is sitting in the black spaces. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just where I see it, and that just breaks the story a little bit.
Okay. Amber, back to you.
Okay. Well, nobody said the thing that I was thinking, so I think I might be struggling to get you guys up into silver. I just think that when you're putting a grid together like this, it's very important to think of it as one image and to find compositional balances within the different ingredients that you're putting in there. So you can either think of a grid like this chronologically, or find the symmetry within the sides and within the top and the corners, and that will really help to bring cohesion to a piece like this. I don't have a problem with the tones, because it's really about the ink that's on the skin, which I think we can see really well. And a lot of work has gone into this, so maybe just one more point. Johan, go on.
Okay, let's rescore. You did it. 80. Silver award. Okay, thank you for that. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? And Francis, you can take a break. And Michelle, come on in. Okay, if we can have the next print, please. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Johan's already throwing his hands up in the air.
Yeah, I gave this an 87. There's a lot of simplicity in this. There's balance. There's implied feeling in this rather than actual feeling. The mirroring of the figures on each side seems to be in line with almost the mirroring of the subject itself, and the handling of the change in density to the background figure is very strong. It's very beautiful. It makes it feel like a memory, and it might be that the hands down is an opposite to the hands on the cap in some way. It makes me sad, actually, this image. So it makes me feel something. Good use of an arch. Yeah, I gave it an 87.
John, down the other end of scoring, please.
Yeah, when I look at this image, I see the face turned away. So we're not seeing the face for some reason, and possibly a good reason too. But I think the weight of it, you got all the sort of buttons sort of shining away, which tends to draw my attention away from the main subject. So I'm actually quite happy with it as a bronze.
Amber?
So I was on 77, a high-ish bronze for this image, and I agree, Johan, there's a lot to really enjoy about this. I think the the window mat of the arch works beautifully well. The things that I was struggling with are the density of the black of that suit how there's nothing, there's just no detail anywhere in there. And also I feel like it was just a bit of a missed opportunity. I appreciate the symmetry of the two figures in the background, but I feel like there was quite a missed opportunity to convey a little bit more narrative through perhaps some subtle differences in those figures, or just to get a little bit more information from that addition. So I'd love to hear a little bit more.
Any other thoughts? Okay, Johan, back to you.
Right. I saw the buttons as leading up to where you want to be, so kind of like runway lights. But I don't want to use that word because it sort of belittles the image. It's got a wonderful, the balance is the strongest part of this image. And I think if we try too hard to find a meaning for it, then we end up being disappointed because it's not something that we can relate to personally. It's not something we can talk about or describe. So I think if we enjoy it for the visual, if we enjoy it for the possibility of a meaning, and we enjoy it for just that wonderful way the hat comes down, covers the eye, lands where it does, and you just have the mouth with that beard that is just sculpted in. And that vignette, everything else is framing. It's quite stunning. I gave it an 87. Let's see what we can do with you guys.
Okay, let's rescore, please. Thank you. 82, Silver Award. Okay, congratulations. Thank you very much to the judges. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score, initial score, of 85, silver distinction. Yeah, Amber, you. Yes, you are the top.
Okay. I have given this image a 92. This is the kind of thing that we really want to see in this category. This is experimental. It's pushing the boundaries. It's original. And it's just really frickin' cool. Let's talk about it.
John?
I gave us a silver at 80, and yeah, I like the experimentation of it. I sort of like the highlights, which was the arm and the hand and the flame. And yeah, it did inspire me, I have to admit. So I'm looking at bringing it up a bit more.
Okay, Johan?
Yeah, I gave this an 86, and I could most likely be talked up, and probably talk myself up anyway. So, you know, we can see all the shapes there, and I like the extra contribution of the pencil work on the outside, and that brings it to another level, because I think without those things, it would just be a set of spirals. So that's a non-photographic element that's contributing to the outcome. It's a student category, so there's a lot more allowance for everything. And I think that's great because they've taken advantage of that and turned it into a better piece than it might, or a better scoring piece than it might have been. Part of my head wants the flames to be brighter, but there's another part, and that's the one that gave it an 86, but there's another part that says if they'd made it brighter, then it wouldn't have made sense of the work on the outside of the frame. So I'm on a seesaw. Jump on the end.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Amber, back to you.
Oh, I like playgrounds. Okay, you really have talked yourself up already, Johan. That was also my first thought. I thought that maybe that all of that flame, shall we call it, needed to be more contrasty. But then the pencil marks just wouldn't have made so much sense. And when I first viewed this, I thought, oh no, the pencil marks aren't quite lined up very well when I was viewing it from the side. But when you stand back in the centre of the print, they're actually lined up really beautifully with the rest of it. And I think it's a really brave thing to do. We really must reward the innovation of this image. I bet it was so much fun to make. So let's just bounce really high on that seesaw. And I'm on a 92. How high can you go?
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Bounced pretty high. 90, gold award. Okay, I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with that conversation. Okay. Thank you to everybody on that. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Okay. Were you...
Okay, I have this image in silver distinction purely for the beauty of it and the ethereal sort of calm that the photographer has managed to create out of a scene like this. I really love the colour tone of the whole piece. It's really cohesive and just very beautiful. And I don't know, I sort of imagine, I have no idea where this place is, but I sort of imagine the Strait of, is it Hormuz, with all the ships just kind of waiting and moving around, but everybody kind of waiting there. I don't know, it's, I think it's a very beautiful piece.
Okay. The spread wasn't that huge, but Bruce, you were at the bottom end of it.
Oh, okay. I'm the bottom today. Okay, I'm going to come up. Yeah, thank you for challenging. The thing it reminds me of, and I suppose it's because I've been around industrial sites a lot, is when you're in a port where it's controlled like that, where you've got tankers coming in and out, there is a lot of waiting around, but there's also a whole lot of just the movement of those big ships. And you can see in the background the actual lifts and stuff in there as well, which are just ever so slightly out the back, which I think is a great way of putting it in. So if this was a commercial bit of work, I think it would be really successful. So I'm just going to come up to silver. I was 82, but I was wrong.
Okay. Thought from the middle ground. Johan, was that a nod?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I gave it 84. I'm so close. I like the fact that the photographer has given us more of a horizontal movement than a vertical movement, because a vertical movement would have created just a mess, whereas the horizontal movement gives us a sense of flow, which kind of acquiesces with the water. Yeah. And then the colour palette is it's just really gentle, very, very gentle. And for somewhere that could potentially be very ugly, they've made it stunning. Yeah, so I've just taught myself up.
Amber, back to you.
Should we just all acquiesce on up to silver distinction? Way go.
Okay, let's rescore. Nice work. 87, silver distinction. Okay. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you to the judges. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Michelle wants to say something about that. Challenge it.
They've obviously just come in from the waka because you have the boys with the paddles, you have the Kamatua standing there very incredibly calmly and about to lay the challenge, and the rest of his tribe is behind him. And I just find it's very well done. It's very tight to make it quite tense. And the only person that you have looking at the camera is the person who's actually in charge. So he's holding them all back, and he is in control, and he's just incredibly calm. And there's just this sense of the chaos behind him, but they will not do anything until he says, go.
Johan.
Yeah, I gave this a not bronze, and I was troubled by the bright area behind the heads, and I tried to find a climatic reason why that might happen. You know, I tried to explore the sky and think, well, okay, there's an opening in the sky, but I couldn't see it, and the rest of the sky looked really muddy and overworked, so I kind of felt that let it down a lot. I understand the sense of the social documentary, and I understand the sense of the power held by that person, but I feel that the photographic treatment has then hindered my enjoyment of that image.
Okay, Amber?
So I was on 76 on a solid bronze, and I feel like it really does sit in that realm. The thing that I struggled with a little bit was the decisive moment that the photographer has chosen to capture, and there's so much, like the subject here is just really amazing. But I feel like it's been captured at a time where there's a little bit of confusion as to the energy of this group, and there's sort of, we've got the guy on the second to right who's looking over into the group to, they seem a little bit confused, and then there's someone on the left who's got a really aggressive face and stance. There's a lot of difference between the energy of all of the people behind the central figure. So I'm not quite sure why that is.
Okay, Michelle.
Okay, to tell you about that, so they've just landed on the beach, their waka. They now have to get behind the kaumātua. I'm not saying my words very well today, but that's okay. And the guy looking over to the left is like, oh, are we off? And the ones on our right, who's looking over to the left, he thinks they're about to go. And he's looking over and just checking, are they going or are they not going? Are they going or are they not going? They can't do anything until he lets them go. So he is about to lay down a challenge, and they're doing their best to look challenging and menacing and scary, which is what they're doing. As for the sky, it's sky. It's nice sky. But to be honest, I got so in depth in their faces and their storytelling, I may have just missed that little bit. But I'm not sure. You can have a look at it and think about it and maybe come up just a touch.
Okay, let's rescore. They brought it up a touch. 78, Bronze Award. Okay. Thank you, team. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, Silver Award. Very close numbers there. Hey, yeah, Bruce, a comment for the photographer?
Nice work on your silver. One thing I'd look at, you've done an exceptionally good job with the lighting and the layout, everything. Just go through and just really look at those little imperfections if you really want this to just be that little bit more. At the top of it, there's like a stain or something through the fabric. And if it was across the whole image, it'd be interesting, but it just feels a bit random in this instance.
Okay, thank you for that, Bruce. All right, so that is our last print. Yep, we take that away, and whilst we're doing the little changeover, we're just going to do a judge changeover. So, Johan, you can take a break. Catherine can come in, please. And Bruce, you can take a break, and Adam. Okay, first image, or first digital image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can I have a, yeah, Adam?
There's quite a, oh, I'm bumping again. There's quite a dynamic moment. You know, the dance photography is all about showing the extension and showing the points, and there's good elements to that. I feel like there's just a little bit more control around the highlights, and also maybe eliminating the distractions around the image, and then the next step of elevating these sort of images.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Adam. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 80, silver award. And a comment for the photographer, Amber. Yep.
Okay. I think congratulations on your silver award. You've just captured some absolutely delightful moments here. I think in order to improve this series, I think that perhaps you've got one too many images in here. So just make sure that when you're putting a series together, that every image really earns its place within the series. I think if there was one less and they were slightly reordered to make a little bit more of a chronological story, I would have scored this image more highly. But well done.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 73. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Adam, sorry.
I'll answer the Bruce any day of the week, though. Nice work from the photographer to find sort of the shapes and the texture within, and the contrast against that very saturated sky. I guess to elevate it, it's about really emphasising the imperfections and then getting rid of the distractions as well. So watching the tones perhaps in that lower left corner, or just watching how the saturation just sort of pushes out a little bit too much.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 72. So, can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Adam again.
Apparently, that's my thing. It's an interesting image. It attracts you. There's a sort of impact that you're curious about what it is. I think then to get us into that narrative, there needs to be a few more clues or something that leads us around the image to see. It doesn't necessarily have to be literal about what we're looking at, but just something that then gets us into the story that we can explore around the image. It's a tight composition on one side and very loose on the other, so I'm just not quite sure where I'm being led.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Adam. And next image, please. We have a score of 74. And Adam? Yeah? Okay. A comment, John?
Yeah, I like the concept of this, although I think not having any sort of depth or not enough depth in it to the horse and the rider just blend into the background, and I think it gets lost. But the concept of the timing and everything's right. So, well done, the photographer.
Okay, thank you. Did you have something else to add?
Just really quickly. I just think that there is too many images here. It would be much stronger if it was just a single image. So we know the trajectory of where that horse is going. Don't be afraid to make a decision on the image, because sometimes less is more.
Yep, thank you. And it is student category, so good for the feedback. All right, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. We have an automatic challenge from Adam.
I was trying to impress you with my wave, sorry. Oh, look, it's got immediate impact. I mean, male nudity and this sort of thing is a rare thing to see just initially anyway. So I reward the photographer for presenting a very tasteful and respectful version of that. And I think this is what this is all about somehow, because the intensity in that woman and the way she holds him and the look in her face is like, this is my man, I'm proud of him, and this is what he's done for me. Because a lot of this wouldn't be seen, this art is not for the world. This art is for her. And the pride in her eyes, the way, oh, can we get back, is that okay? Sorry. The pride in her eyes and the way that her hand connects with, not just with him, but with the artwork is so powerful, just the way she blends in with him and she envelops him. And it's normally the other way around, it's the big buffy bloke looking after his woman. And this is the woman looking after her man, and it shows the strength that she has and the respect. And it normalises, I guess, something that's probably not very normalised. Perhaps he's been sort of, the way he turns away from us here is perhaps he's been a little bit marginalised because of this. And she's just like, no way, this is my guy. I was shy and then I went back up and then I was brave. I want to be more brave again, and I'm going to encourage you guys to be more brave, because the more I look at it, it's so simple though, but it's just, it connects in so many ways.
Okay, Michelle.
Sorry, I was on 92. I thought I said that at the start, sorry.
Okay, Michelle.
Yeah, I'm right down the other end. I'm 73. I obviously hang out with far too many tattooed people. This is not unusual for me. I just found the lighting really flat, and that's what killed it, because I really wanted to like it because his artwork is amazing and he has some great artwork on there. She was really well. It was just the lighting that just broke me, really, because it could have been something more. If you can convince me of that, I will definitely be interested.
Amber's jumping out of her skin to say something.
Okay. Adam, I'm so glad that you were braver than me. I was on 88, and I wish I'd gone to gold to start with, but the really good thing now is that I can. I think the lighting's actually perfect, because you don't want you don't want to introduce too much contrast to take away from the beautiful artwork on these bodies. And I'm glad that the photographer chose to light the images in this way. I'm just going to do a little bit of a Johan and talk myself up even further. And that image is imprinted in my brain, so I don't even need to see it. The thing that bothered me most initially was that the woman chose to leave her G-string on. Because the nudity is just so complete everywhere else. However, from back here, I see that the shape of that black, sorry, I don't know if that's a G-string actually, the shape of the black underwear is actually perfectly balanced by the two lightest pieces on the man's back. So there is kind of a reason for having that there. And the second thing that really bothered me initially was the confrontational look from the woman. However, because it's a piece as one, and I felt like her staring at us kind of broke that. But she's actually just echoing the face on his back, and I really see why they've been chosen to be posed like this. So I'm right up there with you, Adam. Thank you.
Catherine, did you have something to add?
I'm almost embarrassed to say I was on 84. I'm definitely going to come up. That flat lighting to me means that this is about detail and not necessarily about form, which it could become if we lost too much of that. If we had a different, more sculptural lighting, we're going to lose that part of it. As you sit back, the two really do become one. And that's its strength. I think the body language of her hand and the softness and how that drips down into that main central tattoo in his back is beautifully done. And I find that her expression to me, I feel that they get their power from each other. And so that powerful gaze at the photographer is because she's cocooned in that happy place where they share this. I mean, it's very intimate, this portrait, but it's got a lot of strength and power as well. I'm going to go to gold too.
Adam, back to you.
I don't think I've got any problems with gold, but I'm going to start encouraging you even further. And I can't even introduce any new things, so I'm going to do it on the strength of what I've said before. To address the stuff, I think it's been addressed, but to say the lighting for me works for all those reasons, but there's still shadows where I want to see shadows. The shape of his bottom there, and even around her, like her underwear and under, her, like her arms there, still gives us that nice contrast. And so even though it is directionally flat, I think it still gives the contrast that we're looking at. And as I said, it shows off everything we want and doesn't give us the opportunity to say, if only that shadow wasn't there. It's about the connection and the trust between the two of them, and then the intents that she's giving to us as the viewer and to the photographer. It's just so arresting. Her eyes, just even though there's all this sort of nudity and skin and all this sort of stuff that should be risque, I'm drawn to her eyes, which is amazing given everything else, the art that the photographer didn't provide that art, but the art they provide is the way they get you into those eyes. I wish I could go to gold distinction. You guys can. If not, let's get it up a little bit higher, please, because it's just beautiful.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $92, Gold Award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you for our judges and all their input on that. We have a score of 74. And yep, a comment? Yep.
Again, well done to the photographer for finding the place that shows off the dancer quite well. Dance lighting can be very hard. Dance studios often, or performances often don't think of the photographer, or even because the colours look great to the audience, but they look terrible to the photographer. So they're very hard to control, and you've done there's a good job in spots that of controlling that highlight is very difficult. Perhaps the great advantage of working in low light is that you're at wide apertures. If and this is assuming you have the equipment that's able to do that. But anything you can do to then just get rid of, distract away that background, whether that's coming back and going in or shallower apertures, the more you'll then concentrate on the dancer and not on the background.
Okay, thank you for that, Adam. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 87, silver distinction. Amber.
It's quite unexpected to see this level of compositional mastery in the student category. I'm on 93 gold for this, and the more I look at this, the more blown away I am by it. This is very, very well constructed. So I'd really like to hear why you guys are not up here with me yet.
Michelle first.
I scored this 84. I was just trying to work out, like, it is a great image, and I really enjoyed looking around it, working out why the cigarette wasn't lit. Then it was lit, which is fine. He's obviously smoking. And then I was just trying to work out, maybe I shouldn't just work out, maybe I should just enjoy it, of the door and where he's going and what. But how they've put it together, I agree with you. I will be coming up, and the more you tell me about the story is how high I will go.
Adam.
I'd like to wholeheartedly endorse those sentiments, except I want you to explain the colour to me, and because that's the bit I'm struggling with. Because I am so there. It's even the way that the shape of each frame leads into the actual outline of the frame. It's masterfully done. It's very well constructed. I just need the colour, and I'm right there.
Okay, yeah, Catherine.
I was on 86 with this. I interpreted the colour segments as, in all of these we can see a lot of his head, but we don't see his face. And then in the one where you see the hand in the door, it's like the substitute for his eye. So that's the doorway into his eye, into what he sees, and then the bottom one felt like the doorway into his heart and soul. Because I feel like we're looking more at a persona than a person in a lot of ways. But I feel like there's a lot of storytelling through his body language, his hands, and even the overall construction of that. Like you can almost, as you sit back there, you can see a lot in his body language shape, just from that shape alone. But I feel like there's very strong storytelling and character building in this piece. I'm on 86 and I'm in support of the image to go higher.
Okay, Amber, back to you.
Oh, thank you. I think, Adam, that the inclusion of those two red pieces, or the two colour pieces, is all about the story. This character is obviously doing something dodgy. He's quite sinister. And I think that the photographer has been really clever in not really letting us know what he's doing. It's all part of the mystery. But you can see in the top one, he's going into that red door. And then you can see in the colour piece at the bottom, he's coming out. So something's happened in the interim. And I get a really dodgy feeling from this image. I enjoy the mystery. But I have to come back to that compositional mastery. It's so well put together, and the narrative of the red door and the mystery behind it just kind of adds to the intrigue for me. I'm on 93. I really think this is at least a gold, so let's go.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, nice work. 91, gold award. Okay, good talking, judges. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to do a quick judge change. Nothing to do with that scoring that happened just now. But Amber, you can take a break. And Angela, if you like, come on in. And John, if you take a break. And Janine, if you can come in. We all good to go? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment for the photographer? Adam, were you pointing?
Well done to the photographer. You know, wharves are pretty much student photography 101, I guess, for when you're learning, because they're such great form. But what I really enjoy about this one is the photographer's made all those little right choices all along the way. The way that the figures in the background are perfectly spaced, just like the piers here. That compositionally, that's really, really important. The sky hasn't been overhandled. It's just right, and then there's a right amount of movement. To elevate these sort of images, I guess it's then finding that real kind of payoff and getting rid of any distraction that you can kind of pull you away from that lovely line that you created.
Okay, thank you for the comments here, Adam. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. You can challenge that. Yep, you're quite welcome to.
I might challenge that just so we can have a talk about it, I think, because it's always great to talk about these sort of images. What attracts me to this image is what would attract anybody. It's a great product shot. It's got, everything you want to see, all the texture, all the light, all the wonderful colours, and the way they've styled that image so simply, but it's a great complementary colour to all those deep, it's so inviting. And if you wanted me to take a photograph of a plate of breakfast or sell that plate of breakfast, then it's really, really inviting. And I just wanted to applaud the photographer for making good choices in not sort of letting me escape what we're trying to see right there and then.
Okay, Catherine, the spread's not that much, but you're at the bottom end.
Yeah, I was on 76 with this, and I feel it's I think it is inviting. I think you're right. I am possibly a little bit hung up on why the butter is coming after, and that's probably why I keep looking at that, and then I think, well, it's not quite a student flat because there's not usually parsley in a student flat. But it is inviting. I think it's well constructed. It's rich. And I do appreciate the sort of the softness of the sort of retro-y blue behind. I think it really does make it pop. So I would be happy to see it come up a little bit further.
Michelle, you sort of liked it a bit?
It's kind of like the quintessential breakfast. I did think about the butter like you as well, but they may have had the butter on, and I know my mum would be weird, and she would have butter afterwards, and it would go on the eggs and the baked beans. It's just my mum. But it is the quintessential breakfast, and I think they have done it really well. I scored at 80, and I thought it warmed me enough that A, I wanted to eat it, and B, I think it deserved a silver.
Okay, any other thoughts? Back to you, Adam. Yep.
Yeah, thanks very much, everybody. And I keep hearing those same words about warm and inviting. Yes, the butter kind of, yes, I get the chronological sort of era of that, but it kind of immersed me into that kind of, again, that quintessential breakfast thing that what do we get when we get bacon and eggs? Well, we get a bit of toast and we slap, obscene amounts of butter all over it. As for the parsley, well, I guess MasterChef's got a lot to answer for these days, but you know, it's so inviting. I think I'd love to see it get a few more points.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Good talking. 80, silver award. Okay. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you to the judges. Next image, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Yep, Angela, go for it.
I gave this an 84. I just really enjoyed this. It's a rural, urban kind of landscape study. I'm not sure how to describe, but I just really like how the main scene and the little macro studies of everything within that scene closer up. So you may not be able to see them even looking at the main image, but they're all, I think, part of that area, part of that that community. And I just wanted to applaud the photographer for seeing that, and just a really unique way of presenting that to us. See if you can give it some more points.
Adam, a comment?
Yeah, I really appreciate the bottom part of the image as a view into that. And I kind of even wanted to get into the motif of, look how sort of dull the top looks, but there's all these great little, you know, knickknacks that are hidden in amongst that landscape. But I still get back to the fact that the dominant visual part of this image is that top landscape, and it leans really, like the way it leans, and there's sort of a bit of cropping at the top. I just find myself, I want to look into the detail, but I find myself sort of just looking into the void a little bit there. And so I feel like that because it's the dominant part of the image, that's just what pulls me back a little bit.
Catherine?
I was on 82 with this, and really it was the essence of nostalgia that sort of got me with this. It felt like the long road home, the road trip, the playing of I Spy, poking ordinary little details out and finding them and treasuring them. And that's why the relevance of them being so small. It's the small details, there's a lot of them, and it's because you're trying to fill in that time. So, you know, that expanse at the top just tells us that story. And there's a destination. So there's the trip, you know, the power lines are everywhere, there's all these nuggets, and then there's home. And I do feel that photographically there's aspects of that could be improved, sure. But in essence, the feeling gets me and takes me into silver.
Okay. Angela, back to you, I think.
Thanks, Catherine. That's completely my view as well. It's that journey and the sense of, you know, space and time and moving through this area. And yeah, I didn't see that destination part when I looked at it, but thank you for pointing that out to me. The photographically, yeah, the main image is could be improved, but the overall concept is great and really creative and innovative, so I think we should reward that.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, nice work. 80, silver award. Okay, thank you, everybody. And next image, please. We've got a score of 74. And, yep, Catherine, a comment? Yep, thank you.
Oh, was that, yeah. Yeah, great expressions in this with this couple, beautiful connection. Her body language is lovely. His body language is a little bit like wanting to get out a little bit. So I'd love to see that sort of follow through in his body as what I'm seeing in his face. And I do feel that just being really considerate of your placement with the background, the two objects that are sort of crowning both of them are drawing our eye in and away from those beautiful expressions that you've captured.
Okay, Catherine, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can I have a comment? Adam, you're throwing your hands up. Yep.
I won't even. I'll stop looking in a second. Well done to the photographer for trying a really out there kind of. It's quite a bold presentation, and for the most part, it's handled pretty well. It's a very dominant colour. I think what I'd like to see is even a bit more the consistency of that colour to go up the top right hand side as well. It kind of draws me out of the symmetry, the asymmetry kind of. I think, and also I think if the depth was there all the way back, it would be sort of effective as an architectural style image as well. So, but it's a very bold presentation. So well done.
Okay, thank you, Adam, for the comments. And actually, we're just going to do a judge change just quickly. So Michelle, you can take a break, and Russell, if you want to come in. Okay, and next image, please. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Janine, you'd like to challenge that?
Yeah, look, I scored this 80, and I think I'd really like to have a bit of a conversation about it. I'd love to find the stuff that she's wrapped up in. I think that's just fascinating, and it's beautiful texture. And then when I actually viewed the portrait from far away, I was like, please have green eyes, please have green eyes, and she does. And I acknowledge that I would have placed that hand a little differently. But I think it's been really well thought out by the photographer and styled, and finding that green stuff is just fantastic. So yeah, welcome your thoughts, judges.
Catherine?
Yeah, I was on 73 with this, and I find her eyes, deeply arresting, beautiful paired with that sort of green hooding around her. I do struggle with the hard nose shadow. I find it is pulling me away from the depths of her eyes, and same with the cut through on her lips. That sort of, I go to her eyes and then I'm immediately come down there and then I'm a little bit stuck there. Overall, I am captivated by her gaze.
Adam?
Me too, and that's why I gave it 79, because I was initially pulled away. Like, fingers are hard, but what pulled me away initially is the shoulder as well. If there was a consistency of that, because as you say, that texture is just wonderful. But as I sit back and sit here longer, I still go to the eyes, so it can't be distracting me as much as I thought. And it's only a point for me, so I'm going to go up into silver, because that gaze is just wonderful.
Okay. Yep. Russell, quick comment.
I feel like I can't not. I'm with Catherine. I mean, silver's a pretty serious award, guys, and the choice of texture for burying somebody in it is not a photograph. It's just a choice of a material that the subject's in. And so the tight cropping with the fingers with no sort of morphology really, the lighting's hard on them. They're just a spider coming up from the bottom of the frame, and the shoulder has no elegance either. So we're left with this gaze, which is not supported by much else in her face either. So I don't know. I can't get too carried away with it, and to give it any sort of award at all, I think, I can't see it myself personally.
Okay, Janine, back to you.
I think for the photographer, this has been an absolutely fabulous discussion about some of those things that could be improved. I still feel like for the gaze, for the colour combination, the skin is beautiful. I'm hanging out here in silver. If you feel like giving a few extra points to this image, please do join me.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, moved it to 78, bronze award. Okay, thank you, judges. And can I just remind people to have their cell phones on silent? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74. Okay, can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Russell.
Lovely choice. Oh, thank you, Adam. Lovely choice of subject. The whites, being the brightest, are a little bit hot, but also I think to allow the bouquet to have room to breathe. Cropping was a little bit tight, and just to have it express itself with a bit more space would have been nice, I think.
Okay, thank you for the comment there, Russell. And next image, please. We have a score of 70. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Okay, Adam.
Yeah, look, the side stage angle is sometimes can be very good, especially when the light falls off towards the wings. You get something that you don't see. So well done for exploring, I guess, the different aspects. You know, it's not all dance photography has to be from front, center, middle row. That being said, again, because the wings are being lit here, we can kind of see all the stuff that you shouldn't see in a production. So just watch that our angle there doesn't lead us again into those distractions.
Okay, good points there. Thank you, Adam. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74. And can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Might just pick down the row there, Catherine. Yep.
This is a juicy subject, isn't it? Interesting study of all those seeds and then all the dripping, oozing juice from it. I think it's a kiwiano or something like that. Yeah. I would love to see some sharpness throughout. That is really sort of what's holding me back. Doesn't need to be the whole thing sharp, but we need to get the essence of sharpness. You know, some of that depth fall off that can add depth. And then possibly, because it is dripping with liquid, you know, maybe seeing a little bit more of that liquid at the bottom, that's going to tell a little bit more of a story and make it a little bit more unusual for us. Well done for presenting an unusual subject.
Okay, thank you, Catherine, for the comments there. Now, we're just going to change a couple of judges. Catherine, you can actually have a break, and Francis, if you come in, and Adam, if you take a break, and Johan, come on in. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Johan, I'm going to pick on you because you're new to the...
Yes. There's quite a strength in this face. You know, you can see determination. You can see almost a little bit of anger as well, and it feels like there's been a bit of softening on the skin, which sort of actually almost goes against that gritty, sort of angry feeling. There's possibly way too much imagery on the left-hand side of the image, and if you crop that in, it becomes much more intense and the feeling becomes stronger. Yeah, but congratulations on the bronze.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Johan. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, currently we have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. However, Johan would like to challenge.
Right. Yeah, that wasn't a punishment. No, sorry. Anyway, this print, I gave it an 88. And the reason I gave it an 88 is it created a feeling of just warmth, calm, and gentility. Now, you've got to get away from everything needing to be sharp. You've got to get away from everything needing a purpose or a reason for being. Sometimes things can just look great. You know, they can appeal to you for their balance or their sense of calm or something spiritual within the image. And it's just so nicely graphical. It's toned beautifully. If I was going to be disappointed, I'm disappointed it's not printed on paper. But aside from that, it's just such a relaxing, calm, early morning wake up and feel the warm fuzzies kind of image. And I gave it an 88 because it made me feel like it was morning again, but it's not.
Francis, you're down the other end of the scoring.
Yes, thank you, Johan. That's a way I haven't looked at it. I'm at 73, so I will probably was a bit harsher. Will come up. I do think, though, I did enjoy the playfulness with the light and the tones and the graphics. I just thought possibly to tone down these highlights a little bit in the vertical lines to let that live a little bit more. And I was even thinking, could a black and white version be more interesting to look at, more powerful to look at? But yes, well seen, and yes, I'm listening.
Okay, a word from the middle ground, Angela. Yep.
Yeah, I gave this a 76, and I liked it, but I didn't know why. And then Johan talked about that early morning wake up and the light, and that's why. It just is that really warm, soft light. You're sitting at home on a winter's day, and the sun starts shining in. Yeah, it's simple, it's soft, it's lovely. I will raise my score a little.
Okay, Johan, back to you, it looks like. Oh, sorry.
So this image I scored at 74, and I will be coming up a bit. I really wanted to love it, and I did from a distance, but I was perhaps less in love when I went in close. But Johan has addressed some of that with the softness. But one aspect that I'd kind of bring to the party would be that these types of shadows are often caused by windows that you get in slightly more commercial sort of buildings like hospitals and churches, which I thought might be of interest.
Okay, Johan, back to you.
I think this is one of those images where we get to find in it what we choose to find, whether it's religion, whether it's calm, whether it's warmth, whether it's, you know, that feeling just after a coffee. And it's strong, it's got balance, it's got weight in the right places. I love the way that as you go to the right of the image, the vertical bars get shorter and shorter and shorter, and they kind of lead you up, but then they lead you back through that large bar through the middle. So it's an image that you don't need to actually understand. It's just one that you should enjoy. I gave it an 88. See what you can do.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 81, silver award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Nice talking, judges. Can we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award. However, Russell would like to challenge that.
A bit like some of the qualities we looked at in the last image. I mean, I think they're all present this time in this image. So we looked at it a long time, each of us. And why did we do that? Because it's very, very simple. It doesn't have any textures in it, and yet the lighting levels, the gradation of the light is perfect for the surface of this subject. And I just enjoy so much the spilling of the shadow onto the light side to the left. Just a little piece of the nostril, and then the eye socket to the left is the only darkness on that side. And then on the right, the separation of the nose against the cheek line, just that beautiful rim light that's coming around there, the shape of the mouth, everything. I mean, that's morphology at its best, it's simplicity at its best, and it's extremely powerful. It's something I've not really seen before, to be honest, and I rewarded it with a 92.
Angela, at the other end of the scale, please.
Yeah, I gave this a 76, and I appreciated. It's almost like they were studying how light falls on the form, and what a great way of practicing that. But I think the thing that let me down was that it fell away too much on that left-hand side. I don't think that it necessarily needs all of that space to the left of the image, and that broad flatness of the nose where it's quite sharp there. But I'm open to bringing my score up a little. I do really appreciate the softness and the study of how the light is falling. Yeah.
Johan, you had some thoughts?
Just a real quickie. I gave it an 84. I'm happy to go up a little bit, probably not to gold. I just felt it needed to be cropped a bit tighter on the left-hand side, and actually down from the top, even into the top of the shadow, and it becomes a lot stronger and makes more sense.
Any other thoughts? Yep, Janine.
I'm enjoying all the things that all the other judges have said. I actually gave this image an 85 because I actually found it quite confronting, and those sort of empty eye sockets, which are really, they're quite soft. It gave us sort of almost this haunting kind of quality, and sort of alien and uncomfortable. And so I rewarded it for that, along with those technical details.
Okay, looks like it might be back to you, Russell.
So one of the only negative comments made was the negative space on the left, which I think is its full strength. So for those people who've said that, take that face and stick it to the left of that frame and see how strong you think it is. Then it's giving it life and it's looking into the negative space on its right. That wouldn't be right because it's not real. It's a made-up face, and so coming out of that nothingness to create those shadows, it's a photograph of shadows on beautiful texture. It's nothing more than that, and it's a fantastic exercise in that. So once again, take it to the left, and what's it going to do? It's going to turn it into a face looking somewhere. That's not what it is. It's coming out of something. It's an exercise in light falling on something, and it's exquisitely executed.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Alrighty, 87, silver distinction. Okay, thank you, judges, and congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Johan?
Lovely example in symmetry. Well done on getting all the vertical lines vertical without distortion. Would have been even stronger if it had been exactly symmetrical. The right-hand side's a little bit wider than the left-hand side.
Okay, thank you for the comments here, Johan. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Janine, like to challenge that?
I scored this image at 82, and what a huge amount of fun the photographer would have had with this. They have just let strip and really gave us a heap here. And I was rewarding that sort of that freedom of expression and just going for it. So I'd really be interested to hear other judges' perspectives.
Johan first, you're at the lower end of things.
Yep, I gave this 73. I actually really liked the fun and the energy of this. It was strong, it was a wonderful graphic, and I felt that, unfortunately, the left-hand third was completely redundant, and it pulled me away from the success of the rest of the imagery. The rest of the imagery is cohesive, it works together, there's conversations between each of the things, whereas on the left-hand side, it just feels like it's just filling the space up and not actually telling the story that the rest is with the same amount of energy and pizzazz.
Russell, a word from the middle ground?
For the reasons that you mentioned, Janine, I did take it into awards, which was in the high bronze, but to take it to silver, I think it's a little bit far. For this category, I mean, these kids, you know, these guys and girls, they come up with all sorts of stuff and they try everything, and I really always enjoy judging in this category, and this is an example of that experimentation for which it should be rewarded. But its communication is beyond me. I have no idea what the hell this is about, and so for that, I can't take it any higher than where I've scored it in bronze.
Okay, anything else to add? No, it looks like it's back to you, Janine.
Yeah, I think communication-wise, it's really up for interpretation. It could be relating to sort of mental, not issues, but you know, states of mind, or body relationships, that sort of thing. It's really up for interpretation by the viewer. I think the 3 frames, the first frame is perhaps a bit of a quieter starting point than the other 2 and leads you into the rest. So if they were all super dominant, it would be really hard to know where to start. And so I am wanting to reward this for the high energy, high experimentation, and just the whole concept of going for it, no holds barred.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, moved it up to 78, bronze award. Okay, thank you. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 73. And can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Okay, Russell. Yep.
Just personally, the light, it's a sweet study, and I applaud the photographer for that. There's elegance there, but the light's very, it's flying around all over the place, and there's lots of different sources of it. And just for me, like for example, that little light that's just licking against the left breast is just distracting against that dark background, and just all in all, just a little bit more thought in it would have been great.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Russell. And we're just going to do a judge change. Janine, you can take a break. And Bruce, if you can come in. Bruce, are you here? Yep. And Angela, you can take a break. Amber, can you come in? Okay, and next image, please. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Yeah, Johan, you've got priority, slightly higher.
Yeah, I gave this an 82. There's a religious sense here, and I'm not sure like whether it's baptismal or whether it's an offering or whatever it might be. I think the lighting's a little harsh, which is why I didn't take it up into the ethers, but I feel that it's got the strength in the expression of the person being photographed. The raised wrists, the raised face, and the light coming in. If only it had been just around a little bit more, I would have gone higher, actually. Yeah.
Okay, Amber, the spread wasn't that much, but you were at the bottom end of it.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, I was on 76, and I think the thing that kept me in the bronze range was I didn't feel like the way this was lit added anything to the message of this portrait or this story. The brightness is right on her décolletage, and I just struggle with the I guess the cohesiveness of the whole image. I see what you are meaning by the maybe religious aspect to it, and I'm definitely listening, but it doesn't kind of all come together for me.
Francis?
Yes, I'm on 81, also in the silver. I found very similar details to it, like Johan. I do agree the light is a little bit intense, but I found the background very, very suitable for the image and for her expression on the face. I found that really well chosen. I found the framing nice, a little bit on top of her head, so the water goes beyond, and the softness in the leaves in the water. I found that very, very suitable for the image and for her to be surrounded by.
Okay, any other thoughts? Yep.
Johan, just with the lighting being where it's so directional and where it's from, and the photographer placing his or her subject, the light splashing past, I mean, it's creating texture, so the face is virtually split in half, but it's not quite. The light has been allowed to splash on this side of the face, which I think when I get up close is a little bit disappointing, given that that control could have been there. Just a little swivel of the face towards the light would have stopped that, or away from it, should I say, sort of stopped that.
Okay, Johan, back to you.
This got a 79, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Yeah. So really we're just talking about the difference between, of 1 point. I'm rewarding it for a sense of giving in that the subject is providing in this image or submission, and the rest of the arms, the forms, the shape, the choice of clothing, the standing, and that water looks disgusting, but the standing there, and just at the same time they're able to give a sense of peace out of that. I do agree, and it is lit a bit harshly, but if it hadn't been lit so harsh, I would have definitely gone higher. I think it's worthy of a silver. It's quite different, it's unusual, and it's just a little bit creepy as well.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Rescoring? Yeah. Okay, 81, silver award. Okay, next image, please. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Amber, you want to challenge that?
Yes, I would like to challenge this. I've scored this image in 88, and I really did want to go gold on this image. But I've settled on 88, and I think that that's the absolute least that this image deserves. I don't know what you guys see, but I see a whole lot of boobs. And I feel like it's a celebration almost of asymmetry. And I love the concept of it being represented in this way, because it just allows us to be kind of really voyeuristic and celebrate the asymmetry, and I just think it's a really interesting, clever concept. I'm on 88.
Russell, at the other end of things? Yep.
I'm at the other end, I'm on 77, still in an award range to recognise the efforts made here. But I was a little bit they definitely, even the suggestion that their boobs doesn't do it for me at all, Amber. I don't see that at all. And what I was a little bit disappointed in, I wanted to first think that each of the spheres was an individual lychee, but they're not. The right ones, the right object in each of the top frames is exactly the same piece of fruit, as is the first one on the bottom, on the middle level. So all they are is a bunch of lychees with different dots in different patterns rearranged. So that kind of lost it for me. The magic of it was gone there, because then it's just an exercise in pattern, really, and what sort of patterns are we really supposed to be stimulated by here?
Johan?
Yeah, I don't know what the lychees are like up in your part of town. These look like they've been moulded from some sort of clay material or plasticine or something like that. For me, I gave it an 84, and I was sitting there waiting to be talked up and convinced of something, and perhaps given the language to be able to do it. I see it more as a series of images about breast health, and sometimes breast health, and it's done in a way where anybody can talk about it, and it's not voyeuristic. It's visible. It's straight there, and diversity as well within breasts, and it's just super simple, quite graphic, and you could even have it as an art piece somewhere. It's making a statement, and it's presenting it simply and beautifully. I don't think I'm going to settle for 84.
Okay, any other thoughts? Francis?
Oh, yes, I saw it a bit different though. I saw shapes. It could be a ball of cheese or cupcakes or whatever. But I saw a pattern. I wondered if it could be a game like a domino, and I was trying to move them around visually so there's different options. I didn't quite came to a conclusion, but I saw it more as a game, really.
Okay, back to you, Amber.
Thank you so much for that, Johan. Imagine this image as a commercial for advertising the importance of checking your breasts. I think it's really clever the way that it allows us to explore it so easily, and I don't know, in the student category, having an image like this that could actually sit out there really, really successfully in the commercial world, I think that's really impressive. I think it's really cleverly put together. I don't think they look like lychees either. I think they could either be the tops of cupcakes or some kind of modelling clay, and then most of what I see as nipples are made out of lollies. I think it's really playful and fun, and I just really love the concept. It's very well done. I'm on 88. I think you guys should join me.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 87, silver distinction. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you to the judges. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Bruce.
Yeah. Congrats on your bronze. Something to think about when doing a product shot is you've got to give a little bit of context if the context isn't really obvious, and maybe a bit wider to show what body shape or what part of the body we are actually looking at could actually elevate and give us more ways to understand this image.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Bruce. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Bruce's hand's right out there. Liking to challenge?
Okay, everybody, I'm 86, Silver Distinction. This is a creative macro, and it took me a bit to work out what it was. I think it's the inside of a capsicum or red pepper, depending on where you are in the world. I think this is a really interesting, bright, vibrant image, which is actually really horrific. It gives you the creeps. I feel like that the main triangle with all the bits coming out of the seeds is like a tongue, like if this was a horror movie, I think this would be really successful of making people go, ugh, and that. I think it's so used to seeing macro very much about polish on particular details and that, and this is beautifully ugly is the way I'd probably put it, and I think that should be rewarded. And all the context that needs to be there, it needs to be sharp, is sharp. It falls out like macro does, but it's not overstated either. I think how it's done is really good, and I'm on Silver Distinction, so I'd like to see what you guys think.
Johan, thoughts from the other end of the scale?
Yep, I gave this a 74, and I'm very happy to listen. I felt that the foreground out of focus was too much out of focus and too much of a part of the image. And then I felt that the red part on the right-hand side was distracting rather than enhancing. And the fact that the brightest seed is there in the out of focus, in the red, away from the action, it drew me out. And I'm happy to listen. I kind of feel it needed to be perhaps a square rather than a rectangle. But just talk to me.
Amber?
Talk to me.
I was in the middle on 83, and I have to admit that I did have a really, really strong initial reaction to this image. It kind of makes my skin crawl a little bit, and especially when you get up close and you see, I don't know, like it just, I don't know if you can sexualize the inside of a capsicum, but it kind of feels like that to me, like there's like pubic stubs on the little top bit up there, and I don't know, it just makes me feel deeply uncomfortable, this image, and it's a freaking vegetable. So I think I probably did underscore it in silver, and if the inside of a vegetable can gross you out that much, then maybe this does need to be higher.
Come round to your house anyway.
Okay. Yeah, just quickly, Russell.
Thank you. I think because it's landed on 80, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair score for it, to be honest, because all the things that both of you boys pointed out, you both have right, but you're right. There's distractions with the out of focusness, and we've got to go so far when we reward these things.
Okay, Bruce, back to you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Amber. I think we're all going to be looking at our vegetables later in a very different way. I admit, like, it's not perfect. Yeah, there's a distraction in that back right-hand top corner. But I think rewarding this image for taking something that's so mundane and we see all the time and making something quite different out of it, but not over enhancing it either. Like, I don't think there's any real digital manipulation or any other things in here. It's like, this is a still life in the most ugly, pretty way I've seen in a long time. So yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 82, silver award. Every point counts. Okay, thank you, judges. Now we're just going to do a little change. Johan, you can take a break, and Catherine, come on in. And Russell, you can take a break, and John, come on in. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award.
Good?
Yeah, I'm just looking. Yep, you've got priority, Bruce. Yep.
Thank you. On 83 silver, what an interesting little architecture triptych, which I would say that most architects probably wouldn't want, and I think that's brave, in the respect that when people make windows, especially the small windows and things like that, they want to showcase what's pretty outside, what's different and that. And this kind of has that a little bit, but it also is like, these are the obstacles these windows are facing, and that's unusual. And I think it's really interesting, and that's the reason why I've rewarded it. I think it's put together quite nicely, balance-wise, and I like that it's got that yellow framing in the middle. I just think it's different, and I feel like it should be rewarded for trying something different and doing it fairly well. Like, the actual images are shot nicely. So, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Amber?
I'm very sorry to be a negative Nancy at this end of the day, Bruce. I think that I would appreciate this triptych more without the what we can see through the windows. I really like the three windows and the subtle textures and the colour kind of combinations of those three pieces. But I just feel so confused and kind of let down by what I am seeing on the other side of it. So if anybody can explain that to me, that would be very helpful.
Francis? Oh, sorry, Catherine? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I was on 78 with this, and I feel a bit confused by this, but I do feel there's a sense of rhythm between these windows, and I actually feel more like I'm looking at something that's a documentary-based piece and not architecture-based, and it's more about what you can't see than what you can see, and the point of these is the limited perspective and limited view of what's outside. However, I can't piece together why, but there's something that does intrigue me about this.
Hello, hello. Yes. Okay. Right.
Radio, Bruce, wrote a reply.
Write a reply. All right. I want you to think about these windows as like the windows that are forgotten by the architect. They're put in. They're like the afterthought. We need a window in that space, and it needs to fit with the rest of the building, whatever that building is, and like they're in the mud room or something like that. And because of the afterthought, we just need that bit of light in there. They're small. They're just there, and so they're the forgotten stepchild of windows in the house. And so what is on the outside is actually whatever is there. The other building, a bush, a bit of, looks like a staircase, then it's a functional part, it's not a pretty part. And I think that is actually quite interesting because you normally wouldn't shoot that. So I'm rewarding the actual photographer for actually looking for something a little unique and different in a space where you usually go for the nicer areas of a building.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, you've brought it up to 79, which means we've got a review. Just let me initiate that. And we need a 79 or an 80 out of our judges, please. Okay, 80, silver award. Okay, thank you, judges. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have next image, please? We have a score of 73. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Amber.
So close to being awarded this image. I think it's really important when you are photographing dance that you really pick the decisive moment very carefully, and you've done that with your subject on the left, but not so much with the subject on the right. She's not at the full extension of her line. So probably in this image, cropping the subject on the right out would have helped the image overall, but just really pay attention to the interaction between the background elements and your subjects in an image like this. You really need to be square on to that back wall, and I think that would have really helped this image.
Okay, thank you, Amber. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, whose hand's that? Bruce. Yep, thank you.
Well done on your bronze award. Something that can help when you're working with overly dark portraits, which I think you've done fairly successfully here, is to actually invert it when you're looking at it to see what's in the background, because things on white on the inversion are actually a lot easier to pick up, and you'll find all those little things that are in the background which will pop out on the print or in this image as you go. So it's just a clever helper for you to find those little stray things.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Bruce. Okay, and we're just going to do a quick change just for the final few images for the night. So Amber, just take a break, and Michelle, if you can come in, and Bruce, if you take a break, and Angela, if you come in. Okay, if we're all good to go, can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Francis, down the other end there.
Yes, it's quite a strong portrait of a young man. There is scars in his face. My interpretation was scars, which leaves us with a lot of questions, and I think that's actually fine, because we can make our own interpretation into that. It's well lit, it's well presented. I like the composition of it, and I like his dramatic look. It leaves a lot of questions open that not necessarily have to be answered. So well done for the photographer.
Okay, thank you, Francis. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can I get a... Yeah, Catherine?
Congratulations on your bronze. Beautiful ears, beautiful look, and a very sort of classic, regal almost portrait. If you had a little more detail through those shadows, this would help this image immensely. We're just losing so much through the neck area and parts of the ears as well. So just see if you can keep some depth in those shadowed areas.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Catherine. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Can I have a comment? Catherine, again. Yeah, go.
There's some cracking images in here. They're very small, and there's a lot of energy, and they're quite dynamic as well. But image number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that is fantastic. The energy, the expression, and same with the bottom middle. But because the angle of the guitar is diagonal across in the same, they don't thread through as a series as successfully as they could, potentially pairing these right back, still as a series, but a much smaller number, could lead to much greater success.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 71. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Francis.
The stage light is well used. It's not always easy to use the existing light, because when you do dance photography, you have to use whatever light is available. However, the pose probably could be a little bit different. I don't know if it's the most flattering body shape for the pose. So maybe taking the photo a little bit beforehand or after would improve this image.
Okay, thank you, Francis. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Catherine, yep, like to challenge that?
I was on 83 with this. out of these series of images, I do find the third one the most dominant, and that sort of sat me right in that middle of silver, because I think the left two are really fabulous. That first portrait, holy heck, that's a really arresting gaze. It's honest, like the hair going across her face, all that sand, her wild hair, and then this bizarre, she looks like a bird in the middle with her head buried in the sand. It's so weird, but it's kind of weird good. And it's hard to make sense of it. And then the body language, her body language links those images up. And then you come to that third one. It's playful, it's fun, you get a sense of who she is. It is an unusual series, quite innovative, and beautiful black and white handling on this as well, which I'm also rewarding.
Angela, you're at the lower end of the scale.
Yeah, I gave this a 75, so still a bronze, and totally agree about the left-hand image. That is very striking. I probably would have easily given, had just that left image been presented, into the silvers on its own merit. As a series, I struggle with the story and what it's trying to tell me. The body language in the middle one, there's a lot of tension in the hands, and that's great, but it doesn't follow through in her body and her shape and form there. So if you can explain that a little bit more, I could be swayed to come up a little bit more. As a visual communication is where it's lacking for me.
Michelle?
Okay, I'm going to have a crack at this. I sat here and thought about, I definitely like this image, and I sat here and thought about where I wanted to score it, because it is quite, well, it's confronting, but it's also confusing, because for me, she's got sand all over her face in the first photo, and I would have thought that would have been the third photo after she's buried her head in the sand. But maybe she's freed herself. Like, it's just a story, and the more you sit here, the more ideas that you can come up with what she's thinking. She looks very rested, like Catherine said, on the left. Then she's buried in the sand. Is she fighting demons? And then at the end, she's cleared herself of all her demons, and she's feeling better because she looks so much happier on the one on the right. And I think I'm going to come up and reward the photographer for confusing me, but in a good way.
Okay, anything else to add? Yeah, quickly.
Yeah, I saw this quite differently, and I saw like the headless body, and she was almost choose which head you want to put on it, as a bit of a joke, you know what I mean? So I saw it quite differently than you guys, but up to interpretation.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, John. How cool is that we see different things from this? And I don't think this has to be chronological. This is it's a study on character. It's got lots of different stories. The fact that there's no sand in the other one, the tension in her hands makes perfect sense. Her head is literally buried in the sand. If she didn't have tension, that would be kind of weird. I think this is really innovative and beautifully presented. Come to silver.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. All right, 82, silver award. Okay, and that is us. That is the student category for 2026. So, big thank you to our judges here in the doing all the hard work. My panel chair assistant here, Rachel, the print handlers, etc., out the back, honours, of course, the audience here in the auditorium and online. Big thanks to Canon for sponsoring the Iris Awards, and to CR Kennedy for sponsoring this student category. Okay, and so that's us. We'll see you all tomorrow.